Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The storm descended upon the Shire with no warning. Its clouds an unnatural shade of violet that swirled and pulls with arcane energy. Hobbiton had never seen such weather lightning that forked in impossible patterns, rain that fell upward, and winds that whispered ancient words in forgotten tongues. The storm raged for 3 days and nights, and when it finally passed, the gentle hills of the Shire were forever changed. Rosa Gamgee stood at the edge of a newly formed ravine that had split Bag and Hill in two, revealing stone corridors and chambers that had lain hidden beneath the rolling hills for countless ages. The morning sun cast long shadows across ruins that, according to every history book in Michelle Delving's library, should not exist. "This can't be," she whispered, her voice carrying in the eerie silence that followed the tempest. Hobbits have never built in stone, yet the evidence stood before her, weathered pillars carved with symbols no hobbit had ever seen, arches that spoke of grandeur beyond the simple comforts her people cherished, and walls adorned with faded murals showing hobbits not as farmers or brewers, but as warriors, mages, and rulers of vast lands. Rosa, with her unusual took-like curiosity that coexisted with her Gamgee practicality, did what few hobbits would dare. She descended into the darkness of the exposed ruins, lantern held high, heart pounding against her ribs like a drum of warning. The chambers below were vast, their purpose inscrutable after the passage of so many years. In what appeared to be a throne room, Rosa's lantern light glinted off something half buried in the rubble, a simple band of burnished gold. Unlike the ostentatious treasures of dwarves or the luminous crafts of elves, this ring bore only subtle engravings on its inner band, runes in a script Rosa had never encountered. When her fingers closed around it, the world shifted. Vision overlaid vision, the ruined chamber restored to glory, filled with hobbits clad in finery she could scarcely imagine, gathered around a throne upon which sat a figure wearing a crown fashioned from twisted roots and spring flowers. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Rosa trembling and clutching the ring tightly in her palm. "The last king's signet," came a voice from the shadows, causing Rosa to whirl around, nearly dropping her lantern. An elf stood there, tall and ancient, with eyes that had witnessed the turning of more seasons than Rosa could comprehend. "I have searched for it for over 1,000 years." The elf introduced himself as C. Arden, the archivist, keeper of histories others wished forgotten. He spoke of how the hobbits, or the Kuduk, as they were once known, had ruled territories from the Misty Mountains to the Sea of Ron, wielding a unique magic that drew its power not from dominance over the land, but harmony with it. "Your people could unite what others would divide," C. Arden explained as they sat beneath the stars that night, the ring resting between them. "Through your connection to earth and growing things, the Kuduk could mend rifts between all races of Middle-earth. This power was feared by those who preferred division and control, but how could we forget this?" Rosa asked, disbelief warring with the undeniable truth the ring had shown her. How could an entire people forget who they were? "The same way history is always rewritten," came another voice from the darkness. A man stepped into the circle of firelight, his weathered face bearing scars that told of many battles, his eyes carrying a burden of knowledge. By the victors, Bardo the bounty hunter had been tracking C. Arden, suspecting the elf of grave robbing when he began excavating sites around the Shire. But Bardo carried his own secret, a pendant bearing the same insignia as Rosa's ring, passed down through generations of his family with instructions to guard it without knowing why. Together, the unlikely trio, a curious hobbit, an elven archivist challenging the official histories, and a human bounty hunter with a mysterious heritage, began a journey to piece together the fragments of a past deliberately shattered and scattered. Their quest led them to the libraries of Rivendell, where C. Arden discovered passages struck from ancient texts, to the deepest archives of Erebor, where dwarvish records spoke of a diminishing caste upon the halflings by a council of wizards, and finally to the lair of Azraphel, one of the last dragons of Middle-earth, whose long memory preserved what written records could not. In Azraphel's cavern, surrounded by the dragon's hoard of knowledge rather than gold, they found scrolls predating the formation of the White Council. The scrolls revealed the truth. The wizards, led by figures whose names had been carefully excised from history, had feared the unique magic of the hobbits, their ability to foster unity among all races, to grow landscapes that nourished body and spirit, and to see through deceptions that clouded the minds of others. The wizards feared that which they could not control. Azraphel rumbled, her ancient scales shifting like tectonic plates as she settled her enormous bulk. They feared that the Kudik magic might render their own power obsolete. And so they cast a great forgetting upon your people, diminished your stature in both body and history, and confined you to this pleasant prison called the Shire. As the dragon spoke, Rosa felt the ring grow warm upon her finger. Visions flooded her mind, not just of the past, but of potential futures. She saw herself standing before the White Council, breaking the enchantment that had bound her people for millennia. She saw hobbits remembering their heritage, growing tall and strong once more, reclaiming their place among the great races of Middle-earth. But she also saw darkness stirring in the east, feeding on division and ancient hatreds, growing stronger as the races of Middle-earth turned against one another. A shadow that could only be defeated by the united strength of all peoples. I must decide, Rosa whispered, whether to awaken my people to their past glory or to forge a new path altogether. The journey back to the Shire was fraught with danger. Word of their discoveries had reached those who still served the old order, those who believed the hobbits must remain simple and oblivious. Dark riders pursued them across the plains of Rohan. Wraiths sent by uncertain masters attempted to seize the ring in the night, and once, a wizard in gray robes approached their camp, offering friendship with one hand while the other prepared to cast a spell of forgetting. Bardo proved his worth in these confrontations, his sword moving with unexpected speed and precision. During one skirmish, a blade cut his forearm, revealing not the red blood of men, but ichor with a golden hue, the blood of the Kudik royalty, diluted by generations of intermarriage with the race of men. My ancestor was a guard who escaped the purge with a child of the royal line, Bardo confessed as Rosa bound his wound. My family has waited centuries for the chance to restore what was lost. By the time they reached the borders of the Shire, Rosa had made her decision. Using the knowledge gleaned from Azraphel's scrolls and guided by Círdan's understanding of ancient magics, she began to master the abilities the ring awakened within her. She learned to listen to the whispers of growing things, to mend breaches between discord and harmony, and to see the threads that connected all living beings. Rather than simply breaking the great forgetting, Rosa chose a middle path. Standing atop the highest hill in the Shire as spring bloomed around her, she placed the ring upon a stone plinth and channeled her newfound power, not to return to the past, but to forge a new future. The magic spread across the Shire like ripples in a pond, subtle but profound. Hobbits would remember their heritage gradually, in dreams and moments of déjà vu. Their innate gifts would reawaken slowly, allowing them time to understand and accept their true nature. And most importantly, they would retain the values they had developed during their centuries in the Shire, their appreciation for peace, simple joys, and connection to the land. The age of the last king is over, Rosa declared to her companions as they watched the magic take hold, flowers blooming wherever the light touched. But perhaps the age of understanding between all peoples of Middle-earth is just beginning. In the months that followed, delegates from distant lands began to arrive in the Shire, elves seeking healing for ancient griefs, dwarves looking for solutions to blighted underground gardens, men requesting aid with failing crops. The hobbits, slowly growing into their awakened abilities, received them all with characteristic hospitality, now infused with ancient wisdom. And Rosa Gamgee, neither queen nor wizard, but something altogether new, could often be found at the borders where different peoples met, a simple gold ring hanging from a chain around her neck, weaving together the threads of a world that had been divided for far too long. For as the dragons knew and the old scrolls foretold, the true power of the Kudik had never been in conquest or dominion, but in their unique ability to help others see that beneath the surface differences of race and history, all the free peoples of Middle-earth were branches of the same ancient tree, with roots intertwined in the rich soil of a shared world. And when the shadow finally rose in the east, it found not divided kingdoms ripe for conquest, but an alliance forged in understanding and strengthened by difference, an alliance that began with a hobbit, an elf, a man of mixed heritage, and a dragon who valued knowledge over gold, brought together by a storm that revealed what time and magic had concealed, and a ring that remembered when all else had forgotten. Story 2. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills of Hobbiton like a lover reluctant to depart, veiling the world in ethereal white as the first golden rays of dawn pierced the eastern sky. On this particular morning, the 33rd birthday of Meriadoc Swiftfoot, the mist seemed to whisper ancient secrets as it swirled around the round door of his modest hobbit hole. Meriadoc, or Merry as his friends called him, awoke with a curious feeling of expectancy, as if the very air hummed with portent. 33 marked the coming of age for hobbits, the threshold between carefree youth and the responsibilities of adulthood. Yet something told him this day would bring more than the customary gifts and well wishes. He was right. The package arrived as the celebration preparations were underway, delivered by a wizened courier whose eyes held the depth of ancient forests. Wrapped in leaves that remained impossibly fresh and green, bound with silver thread that caught the light in ways no ordinary metal should, the gift bore no card, no indication of its sender. "Curious thing," murmured old Bolger, stroking his silver-streaked beard as he watched Merry unwrap it. Never seen its like before, the tapestry unfurled like liquid in Merry's hands, its weave finer than any craft the Shire had ever produced. Upon its surface, rendered in threads that seemed to shift and move when viewed from the corner of one's eye, sprawled a panorama of Middle-earth, unlike any map he had studied. Mountains rose in relief, their peaks crowned with what appeared to be real frost. Forests darkened and lightened as if breathing with the passage of days. And tiny figures moved in intricate patterns across the landscape. "It's alive," Merry whispered, his fingers hovering over a scene depicting the great white city of Minas Tirith. As his fingertip made contact with the stone battlements, the world dissolved around him. He stood upon the highest circle of the city, the wind whipping his curls as he gazed out over the Palinor fields. Below, armies gathered, men, elves, dwarves, their banners snapping in the bitter wind. But they did not face outward. against a common foe. They faced each other, weapons gleaming with malicious intent. A horn sounded, and the first arrows flew. Merry gasped as he returned to his sitting room, finding himself on his knees, the tapestry clutched in trembling hands. "What is it, lad?" Old Bolger asked, concern etching deep lines around his eyes. "War," Merry managed, his voice hoarse. "I saw war between the free peoples before anyone could respond. A knock came at the door, firm, authoritative, and utterly foreign to the gentle rhythm of Hobbiton life. When Merry opened it, he found himself looking up quite far up into the stern face of an elf maiden. Her silver gold hair was bound in warrior braids, and a bough of pale wood was strapped across her back. "Meriadoc Swiftfoot," she said, her voice melodious yet cold as mountain streams. "I am Nimrodel of the Galadrim. I have been sent to ensure you do not destroy what remains of our future." The following morning found Merry and Nimrodel riding east, the tapestry carefully rolled and secured in a cylindrical case of Malorn wood. The elf maiden had explained little, saying only that the tapestry was the final work of Galadriel's handmaiden Eleanor, who possessed the rare gift of true seeing. Before she faded from this world, Nimrodel said as they crossed the Brandywine Bridge, Eleanor wove what she had seen a future where ancient grudges and new misunderstandings would fracture the alliances forged during the War of the Ring. She saw 5 individuals whose choices would drive the coming conflict, and one whose heart and feet might prevent it, a hobbit with "heart pure and feet restless," Merry quoted, remembering the strange runes that had appeared on the tapestry's border after his vision. Nimrodel inclined her head slightly. "You are the first hobbit in 7 generations to leave the Shire before your 33rd year. I went berry picking in Buckland," Merry protested. "That's hardly an adventure." The ghost of a smile touched Nimrodel's lips. To step beyond boundaries, however small, is to show that your feet yearn for more than the paths worn by those before you. Their journey took them first to Rivendell, where the last homely house stood quiet and diminished since the departure of Elrond. There, in the fading library where dust motes danced in shafts of colored light, Merry learned how to control his interactions with the tapestry, touching specific scenes to witness the future that might come to pass. He saw a venerable dwarf lord in Erebor, his beard white as snow, his eyes burning with hatred as he clutched a bloodied missive. He witnessed an elven prince in Mirkwood reading the same message, the ancient trees around him withering as his grief turned to wrath. He observed councils in Gondor where men spoke of preemptive strikes, of securing borders, of ancient claims to lands disputed since the First Age. The 5 who must be turned from their path, Nimrodel explained, pointing to the central figures in each vision. Lord Din of Erebor, Prince Legolas of the Woodland Realm, Lady Owen of Rowan, King Aragorn of Gondor, and here she hesitated. And the 5th, Merry prompted. "The Grey Wanderer," she said softly. "A being we believed lost with Gandalf's departure, their quest grew clearer with each passing day. They must find each of the 5 before the first snows of winter, when, according to the tapestry, Lord Din would send forces to reclaim the northern mines, triggering a cascade of hostilities. Merry's first test came in the golden halls of Meduseld, where Lady Owen, once the White Lady, now hardened by losses in the aftermath of war, planned to lead a battalion to secure disputed lands along the Anduin. Guided by the tapestry, Merry arrived on the eve of their departure. He brought no weapons, no armies, only the simple wisdom of the Shire and a small pouch of seedlings from his garden. "Your soil is wounded," he told Owen as they walked the barren fields where nothing had grown since Saruman's corruption. "It remembers only battle and blood." He knelt, his hobbit hands so much smaller than those of men working with practiced ease to break the hard earth. The land holds grudges longer than people, but it can learn forgiveness. As he planted the first seedling, the tapestry concealed in his pack shifted, its threads realigning subtly. That night, Owen dreamed of green fields and laughing children, and when she woke, she exchanged her sword for a spade. One by one, Merry and Nimrodel sought out the others. In Erebor, they discovered that Lord Din's rage stemmed from a forged letter suggesting elven encroachment on dwarvish territories. In the woodland realm, they revealed the same deception worked in reverse. In Gondor, Merry spoke to King Aragorn not as a ruler of men, but as a fellow wanderer who understood the weight of destiny. Only the fifth figure eluded them, the Grey Wanderer, moving like mist through the tapestry's threads, always just beyond their reach. As autumn painted the forests in crimson and gold, they journeyed into the heart of Fangorn, where the trees whispered with memories older than the kingdoms of men. Here, the tapestry pulsed with urgency, its images shifting more rapidly, showing a convergence of forces, a battle that would scar the land for generations. "We're running out of time," Nimrodel said, her customary composure fraying at the edges. "The Grey Wanderer moves tonight, and we are still days from where the conflict will begin." That evening, as they made camp beneath the ancient boughs, Merry spread the tapestry before him one more time. His fingers traced the threads, seeking insight, direction, anything that might help them complete their quest before it was too late. As he touched the center of the weaving, where all threads converged, a final vision engulfed him. He stood in a place outside time, where the patterns of history spread before him, like the roots of a great tree. The Grey Wanderer stood opposite him, cowled and shadowed, hands working subtle magic that twisted the threads of fate. "Show yourself," Merry demanded, his voice stronger than he felt. The figure turned, and the hood fell back to reveal his own face, aged and bitter, eyes hollow with regret. "You cannot stop what must be," his older self said. "Some futures must be sacrificed so others may flourish. What have you done?" Merry whispered, "What I had to, what you will do." The letter to Din, the whispers to Legolas, the fear sowed in the hearts of men. All necessary. Necessary for what? To force them to remember their strength when the true enemy returns from the east. Better a short war now than the annihilation that comes if they remain soft. Complacent, Merry tore himself from the vision with a cry that startled nearby birds into flight. Nimrodel was at his side instantly, her hand on her bow. "It's me," he gasped, struggling to find words for the horror he'd witnessed. "The Grey Wanderer, it's me. Or what I will become." That night, as Nimrodel kept watch, Merry confronted the most difficult choice of his young life. The tapestry showed him two paths with perfect clarity: prevent the war and watch as an unprepared Middle-earth fell to a greater darkness years later, or allow conflict now to forge stronger alliances for the trials ahead. But something in his hobbit heart rebelled against both choices. As dawn touched the eastern sky, Merry gathered every ounce of his courage and placed his hands deliberately on the tapestry's center. Instead of allowing it to show him a vision, he poured his own will into its threads, visualizing a third path. The tapestry resisted, its magic ancient and set in its patterns. Pain lanced through Merry's body as if every thread fought his intrusion. Blood seeped from his fingertips into the weaving, and where it touched, the threads began to glow. Nimrodel cried out in alarm, but Merry couldn't stop. He pushed harder, drawing on everything he knew of growing things, how a garden could be guided but never forced, how even the smallest shoot could split stone given time and tenacity. "There is always another way," he gritted through clenched teeth. The tapestry flared with blinding light, and Merry felt himself dissolving, becoming one with its countless threads. For a terrifying moment, he existed everywhere and nowhere, seeing all possible futures branching endlessly before him. Then, with a sound like the world taking a breath, the tapestry settled into a new pattern. As Merry's consciousness returned to his body, he saw Nimrodel staring in wonder at the transformed weaving. Where before it had shown armies and destruction, now it depicted councils and construction. The peoples of Middle-earth still gathered, but with plowshares rather than swords, with scrolls rather than battle plans. And in the center, where all paths converged, stood a small figure with a shovel rather than a sword, a hobbit, teaching the art of growth and renewal to the mighty of the world. "You've changed it," Nimrodel whispered, replacing her usual reserve. "You've changed fate itself," Merry smiled warily, his heart lighter than it had been since his 33rd birthday. "Not changed," he corrected gently. Reminded it of what was always possible, as the new day dawned over Fangorn Forest, the tapestry's threads continued to shift subtly, weaving a future where differences strengthened rather than divided, where ancient enemies found common ground and shared challenges, and where a hobbit with restless feet and a pure heart showed that the mightiest magic lies not in grand gestures, but in the simple, stubborn belief that tomorrow can be better than today if we choose to make it so. Story 3. Deep within the shadowed heart of the lonely mountain, where forgotten passages twisted like stone serpents through the ancient rock, echoed the rhythmic clink of a solitary pickaxe. While other dwarves sought gold and mithril in the main chambers, young Folco Baggins, a hobbit with peculiar ambitions, had secured permission to explore the mountain's less promising veins. The dwarves had humored him, certain that the hobbit's peculiar interest in dragon lore would yield nothing but dust and disappointment. 60 years had passed since the fall of Smaug the Terrible. 60 years since fire had rained from the sky over Lake Town. 60 years in which legends became stories, stories became myths, and the name of Bilbo Baggins transformed from burglar to eccentric adventurer in the polite conversations of the Shire. Folco, a distant cousin of the famous Bilbo, had grown up enthralled by tales of the journey to the lonely mountain. Unlike most hobbits, who preferred the comfort of hearth and home, Folco dreamed of ancient treasures and forgotten knowledge. When he came of age, he had shocked his family by apprenticing with a dwarvish mining expedition, eventually earning a reputation as a skilled prospector with an uncanny sense for finding concealed chambers. The pickaxe struck something that was neither stone nor metal. The sound rang different, hollow yet resonant, like a muted bell. Folco lowered his lantern, its light revealing an oddly smooth curve amid the jagged rock. Hours of careful excavation unveiled what appeared to be an egg-shaped stone, nearly 4 feet tall, with a surface that shimmered with iridescent patterns resembling scales. "Impossible," Folco whispered, his voice swallowed by the vastness of the mountain's depths. His trembling fingers traced the surface, feeling an unexpected warmth pulsing beneath the shell. The patterns seemed to shift under his touch, as if responding to his presence. The egg, for Folco now had no doubt what it was, had been sealed within a chamber whose entrance was carved with symbols in no language he recognized. Later, scholars would identify them as belonging to a dialect older than the First Age, a tongue spoken before elves awakened beneath the stars. As Folco's palm rested against the egg's surface, a jolt of awareness crashed through his mind, alien, yet somehow familiar, ancient beyond comprehension, yet newborn in its curiosity. "Who disturbs my slumber?" The question formed directly in his thoughts, bypassing ears and language. "If Folco Baggins," he stammered aloud, though he understood somehow that speech was unnecessary. "A hobbit of the Shire, halfling." The mind voice seemed to consider this. You are far from green hills and still waters. Folco felt the entity's consciousness expanding, sifting gently through his memories, seeing the Shire through his eyes, tasting his mother's seed cakes, feeling the excitement that had driven him to the lonely mountain. I am the last egg of Encalagon's brood, hidden here by those who understood that not all dragons were created for darkness. Over the next days, as Folco pretended to continue his mining operations, the telepathic bond between Hobbit and dragon grew stronger. The dragon, whom Folco named Ember, shared knowledge passed down through bloodlines older than the mountains themselves. It spoke of a time when dragons had been guardians rather than destroyers, before Morgoth had twisted their nature to serve his malice. Ember's egg had been placed in the deepest chambers of the mountain by a forgotten order of dragon friends to hibernate until the world had need of the ancient wisdom again. That time, it seemed, had come too soon. I feel a stirring in the shadows, Ember communicated one evening as Folco sat beside the egg, which had begun to crack in places, revealing glimpses of gleaming scales beneath. The servants of darkness gather once more. Sauron is defeated, Folco replied, uncertain. His ring destroyed, there were darker powers than Sauron, came Ember's reply, accompanied by images of cloaked figures performing rituals in hidden places. And not all who served him were bound to his fate. The dragon shared visions of a secretive brotherhood that had once served Sauron the Ember, shadow lords, sorcerers who had preserved forbidden knowledge from the First Age. With the Dark Lord's fall, they had retreated to the east, biding their time, gathering strength for a renewal of their dark purpose. Why tell me this? Folco asked, though in his heart he already knew. Because the world has forgotten how to recognize this darkness. Because those who should stand vigilant have grown complacent in victory. Because you, little one, have a heart that burns brighter than most. 2 nights later, the egg split open entirely, revealing a dragon unlike any described in the histories Folco had studied. Where Smaug had been crimson and gold, terrible in his majesty, Ember was silver blue, with scales that seemed to capture and reflect starlight. No larger than a small pony, with delicate-looking wings folded against its sides, the dragon fixed eyes of swirling silver on the Hobbit. We must leave this place, Ember communicated, rising on unsteady legs. The mountain has sheltered me, but now it will become my prison if we linger. Folco nodded, having already prepared for this moment. In the dark hours before dawn, a hobbit and a dragon slipped from a little-used side entrance of the lonely mountain. As they emerged under the vast canopy of stars, Ember spread wings that seemed too fragile to support flight, yet they caught the air with surprising strength, lifting both dragon and rider above the sleeping landscape. They traveled first to Rivendell, where ancient libraries might hold information about the Amber. The house of Elrond stood diminished since the departure of its master, but Lord Glorfindel welcomed them with grim concern rather than surprise. So it begins again, the golden-haired elf lord murmured, leading them to a chamber where dust-covered scrolls spoke of a prophecy. When the last dragon awakens, the first shadows will return. For 3 days, they pored over histories and prophecies. Folco discovered that the Amber had been thought destroyed in the War of Wrath, but a fraction had escaped bearing artifacts of terrible power among them, the Moron Ti, the Dark Lore, containing spells from the pits of Angband itself. On the 4th day, a rider arrived from Gondor bearing troubling news. King Aragorn's counselors had begun acting strangely, advocating for policies that weakened the kingdom's defenses. The White Council, hastily reconvened, had dismissed concerns as political maneuvering. They cannot see what grows before their eyes, Glorfindel said bitterly. The Emmer worked through whispers and dreams, clouding judgment, turning wisdom to foolishness, we must gather proof, Ember communicated, something the council cannot dismiss. Their quest led them deep into Mirkwood Forest, where the trees grew close and hostile, their ancient grudges against dragons making passage treacherous. Here, rumors spoke of a dark altar hidden in the forest's heart, where robed figures performed rituals under moonless skies. As they drew closer to their quarry, they encountered unexpected allies, a band of wood elves led by a captain named Toriel, who had observed the stranger's movements with suspicion. A hobbit astride a dragon, she mused, her voice cool, but not hostile. The world grows stranger with each passing season. We seek those who would bring back the darkness, Folco explained. Toriel's eyes hardened. Then our purposes align. We have tracked disappearances, children from villages at the forest's edge, taken on nights when strange lights dance among the trees. Together, they located the altar, a circle of obsidian stones erected in a clearing where nothing grew. They watched in horror as robed figures led blindfolded captives in procession, chanting in a language that made the air itself seem to curdle. They draw power from innocence, Ember explained grimly. The terror of children feeds their magic. Before they could form a plan, one of the sorcerers looked up, as if sensing their presence. Dragon spawn, he hissed, his voice carrying unnaturally through the forest. The prophecy stirs. What followed was chaos. Toriel's archers loosing arrows from the trees, sorcerers flinging bolts of shadow fire, and Ember, still young and small, darting between trees to rescue the bound children. Folco, who had never considered himself brave, found himself charging into the fray, armed with nothing but a dwarven mining pick and the desperate need to protect the innocent. In the midst of battle, the lead sorcerer raised a crystalline orb that pulsed with malevolent energy. Behold the Eye of Emdrignir, he cried. Your petty weapons cannot stand against the legacy of Angband. The orb released tendrils of darkness that wrapped around the minds of several elves, turning them against their companions. Folco, protected by his bond with Ember, saw the elves' eyes glaze as they lowered their weapons in confusion. The council, Folco gasped in realization. This is how they've been influencing the lords of the West. Ember, understanding instantly, arrowed toward the sorcerer, jaws opened wide. Before the man could react, the dragon engulfed the crystal orb in dragonfire, not the destructive flame of smog, but a purifying blaze that lifted the shadows like mist before the morning sun. The orb shattered with a shriek that echoed beyond hearing, and the sorcerers, suddenly bereft of their power, scattered into the darkness of the forest. In the aftermath, as they tended to the rescued children and the wounded elves, Toriel approached Folco with newfound respect. The White Council must be told, she said. If one such artifact existed, there may be others. Folco nodded warily, watching as Ember curled protectively around the sleeping children. They won't believe us without proof. Toriel held up a fragment of the shattered orb, its surface still swirling with trapped shadows. Then we shall bring proof. And witnesses. Their journey to Minas Tirith was fraught with danger. 3 times they were ambushed by remaining sorcerers desperate to prevent them from reaching the White Council. By the time they arrived at the White City, Ember had grown noticeably larger, his wings now spanning 20 feet when fully extended, his scales hardening into armor that gleamed like polished steel. The appearance of a dragon in the skies above Gondor caused understandable panic until Folco, standing in Ember's foreleg, called down assurances. They were escorted to a hastily convened council, where King Aragorn himself presided, his face grave, but his eyes clear, one of the few minds strong enough to resist the subtle influence of the Amber. As Folco presented their evidence, the crystal fragment, testimony from the rescued children, and Ember's vast inherited knowledge of the ancient dark orders, he watched understanding dawn on the faces of the council members. Some reacted with horror as they realized how their thoughts had been subtly turned. Others with anger at the manipulation. "This dragon," said one elderly counselor, eyeing Ember with lingering suspicion. "Why should we trust its kind after all the devastation they have wrought?" Ember, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings, met the man's gaze. "Judge me by my actions, not the sins of my kindred. Just as you would not wish to be judged by the weaknesses of your ancestors who fell to Sauron's rings." The words, projected into the minds of all present, created a profound silence. Finally, Aragorn rose. "The enemy adapts while we cling to old victories," he said quietly. "Perhaps it is time we also adapt." He turned to Folco and Ember. "Will you help us root out this shadow before it spreads further?" Folco looked up at Ember, feeling the weight of destiny settling around them both. They had set out seeking knowledge and found purpose instead. A hobbit and a dragon, perhaps the most unlikely alliance in the history of Middle-earth, united against a darkness that few could even perceive. "We will," Folco answered for them both. "After all, the greatest adventures, as my cousin Bilbo would say, are the ones you never expected to have." As they departed the council chamber, Ember's thoughts brushed against Folco's mind with gentle amusement. "Your cousin would be proud, though perhaps a little jealous that your dragon speaks to you rather than trying to eat you." Folco laughed, the sound echoing in the marble halls of the citadel a hobbit's mirth, full of life and hope, defying the shadows that gathered at the edges of the world. For while darkness would always return in new forms, so too would light find new and unexpected champions to bear it forward. Story 4. The three hills of Rushock, Brockbrings, and Greenholm had stood sentinel over the eastern borders of the Shire for countless generations, their gentle slopes wrapped in mist during dawn, bathed in golden light at dusk. The hobbits who dwelled in their shadow regarded them with casual affection, as one might view a kindly grandfather who had always been there and would always remain. Even their names had softened over centuries of hobbit speech, their ancient meanings long forgotten in favor of comfortable familiarity. Until the day the earth began to swallow them whole. It started with a sound like distant thunder, though the autumn sky stretched blue and cloudless above the Shire. The ground trembled, cups rattled on shelves, and hobbit children stopped their play, turning curious faces toward the three hills. For an impossible moment, it seemed as though the venerable landmarks shuddered, sinking an imperceptible fraction into the willing earth. No one believed it at first. Hobbits, being practical folk, attributed the event to overactive imaginations fueled by old Bolger's apple cider. But when the tremors returned the following evening, stronger this time, and the residents of Rushfoot Village awakened to find their homes tilted at alarming angles, denial became impossible. 3 inches since yesterday, announced Mayor Whitfoot, his usual jovial expression replaced by grim concern as he measured the distance between a fence post and the receding edge of Rushock Hill. "At this rate, half the east farthing will be swallowed by midsummer." Among the gathering crowd stood Lila Brandybuck, a slight figure with honey-brown curls and a book clutched protectively against her chest. Unlike most hobbits, who viewed books as pleasant diversions for rainy afternoons, Lila regarded them as treasure troves of forgotten wisdom. As the official librarian of Michelle Delving's modest collection, she had spent more time among dusty tomes than at market days or harvest festivals. "This has happened before," she said quietly, though only the mayor heard her. When he turned questioning eyes upon her, she continued, not in living memory, but I found records fragmentary, almost illegible, in a chest beneath the old Matham house. They speak of the great subsidence during the long winter, when the hills began to sink and took 4 villages with them, and prompted the mayor, suddenly aware that the other hobbits had fallen silent, listening intently. Lila swallowed, unused to such attention, and they were saved by something called the Crown of the Three Hills. A relic from before hobbits settled the Shire. Within a fortnight, Lila found herself far from the comfortable confines of her library, trudging along the East Road with a pack containing 3 precious manuscripts, a change of clothes, and 6 seed cakes wrapped in oilcloth. The council had been skeptical, hobbits generally were, when it came to legends and ancient magics, but as Rushikill sank another foot, and the outer farms of Brockbrings tilted toward a spreading sinkhole, even the most practical minds grew desperate for solutions. The manuscript spoke of the crown being divided after the long winter, each piece to be guarded by the free peoples, lest its power be misused, one fragment to the dwarves beneath their mountains of stone, one to the elves amid their forests of silver, and one to men in their white-walled cities. Only together could they halt what the texts called the devouring earth. Lila's first destination was the rebuilt city of Dale, nestled in the shadow of the lonely mountain. Here, the world of men and dwarves met in a cacophony of commerce and culture that overwhelmed her hobbit senses. Markets overflowed with exotic spices and fabrics. The air rang with languages she couldn't comprehend, and everywhere loomed big folk who barely noticed the halfling weaving between their hurried strides. It took 3 days of persistent inquiries before she secured an audience with King Bane, son of King Bard the Dragonslayer. The aging monarch received her in a modest chamber, his beard more white than black, his eyes sharp beneath heavy brows. A hobbit seeking ancient treasures, he mused after hearing her tale. History repeats itself in curious ways. Not treasures, your majesty, Lila corrected gently. Just one piece of a relic that might save my homeland. Something in her earnest demeanor must have convinced him, for he granted her permission to present her case to King Thorin Stonehelm of Erebor. The dwarf king received her in the great hall beneath the mountain, where pillars carved from living stone soared upward to dizzying heights, and the glow of countless forges reflected veins of gold in the walls. The crown of the 3 hills, rumbled Thorin, stroking his iron-gray beard. Aye, that name echoes in our oldest records. Hope surged in Lila's chest, only to be dashed by his next words. But it's not here. My grandfather, Dian Ironfoot, entrusted it to Thrain, his most trusted general, who took it north to our strongholds in the Grey Mountains after the Battle of 5 Armies. Safer there, he thought, away from the eyes of men and elves who might covet it. Then I must go north, Lila said, her voice steadier than her resolve. Thorin's laugh echoed through the hall. A halfling librarian, journeying alone through the northern wilds. The wolves would pick their teeth with your bones before you crossed the first river, yet something in Lila's unwavering gaze gave the dwarf king pause. He studied her for a long moment before nodding to himself. Thrain yet lives, he said finally. Grown old and bitter in his mountain halls, nursing ancient grudges against elves who slighted him centuries ago. But if anyone knows where the crown fragment lies, it would be him. Thorin's eyes narrowed. I will provide you an escort to the Grey Mountains. Beyond that, you are on your own. 2 weeks later, Lila stood before the gates of Thrain's fortress, carved directly into the gray stone of the northernmost spur of the Misty Mountains. Her escort, a taciturn dwarf named Bofer, who claimed to have known Bilbo Baggins in the old days, had left her at the threshold, muttering that some grudges run too deep for reconciliation. What followed tested every ounce of Lila's patience and diplomatic skill. Thrain, ancient even by dwarvish standards, received her with suspicion bordering on hostility. His white beard reached his knees, His eyes gleamed with hoarded memories of ancient lights, and his gnarled hands never strayed far from the axe at his side. For 7 days, he refused to acknowledge the crown fragment's existence. For 7 nights, Lila sat by his hearth, telling stories of the Shire, describing the simple joys of hobbit life that now faced extinction. On the 8th morning, as she prepared to depart empty-handed, the old dwarf appeared with a small iron-bound chest. "You remind me of another halfling," he grumbled. "Too stubborn for his own good, too kind for this harsh world." Inside the chest lay a curved segment of metal, no bigger than Lila's palm, inscribed with runes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. It radiated a subtle warmth, like sunlight remembered by stone. "1/3 of a miracle," Thrain said, "useless without its fellows. The elves hold the second piece, though I'd sooner kiss an ORC than ask them for help." Lila's journey to Mirkwood proved even more perilous than her northern trek. Without Beaufort's guidance, she lost her way twice in the tangled forests at the mountain's feet. A pack of wolves tracked her for 3 nights. Kept at bay only by fires, she struggled to keep burning through hours of terrified vigilance. By the time she reached the borders of the woodland realm, Rushakill had completely vanished beneath the earth, according to messengers who found her on the forest road. The elven king Thranduil received her in a hall whose beauty stole what little breath remained in her weary lungs. Roots twisted overhead like cathedral arches. Lanterns glowed with soft amber light within carved alabaster. And immortal beings watched her approach with eyes that had witnessed the turning of countless seasons. Unlike the dwarf lords, Thranduil required no persuasion regarding the crown's importance. "We have felt the earth's hunger awakening," he said, his voice melodious yet remote as distant stars. "What consumes your hills today may devour greater things tomorrow." The elven fragment glimmered like captured moonlight, its curve matching perfectly with the dwarvish piece. When Lila tentatively brought them together, a faint harmonic note rang through the chamber, causing nearby leaves to tremble. "2/3 of a wonder," Thranduil murmured. Still incomplete, the final piece lay with the race of men. But here the manuscripts offered contradictory clues. One suggested Gondor's White Towers, another hinted at the Horsemen of Rohan, while the third spoke of the Forgotten Kingdom where water and stone embrace. It was Thranduil's son, Prince Legolas, who provided the crucial insight. "Osgiliath," he said, "the ancient capital that spans the Anduin. Water and stone embracing, but Osgiliath lay in ruins, abandoned since the War of the Ring. If the crown fragment remained there, it lay buried beneath centuries of rubble and neglect." Lila's heart nearly failed her then. The Shire was half a continent away, sinking further with each passing day, and her quest now led to desolate ruins where any trace of the crown might have been lost forever. It was Prince Legolas who offered hope. "I journey south within the week," he said. "My friendship with King Elisar might smooth your path." Thus Lila found herself in the white city of Minas Tirith, standing before King Aragorn Elisar and Queen Arwen and Mile, clutching 2 fragments of an ancient crown as she pleaded for help in finding the third. The king's rangers scoured the ruins of Osgiliath for 7 days without success. On the 8th day, as hope dwindled, Queen Arwen summoned Lila to her private gardens. "The peace you seek was never in Osgiliath," the queen said gently. "After the city's fall, it was brought here for safekeeping." From around her own neck, she removed a silver chain bearing what appeared to be an ornate pendant. Only when she placed it in Lila's palm did its true nature become clear, the final fragment of the crown. "But why conceal it?" Lila asked, struggling to contain her elation. Arwen's ageless eyes held ancient sorrow. "Because when united, The crown grants its wielder power over Earth itself, the power to move mountains, to open passages to the deepest places of the world, or to seal them forever. Such power breeds temptation, even in the purest hearts. With all three fragments in her possession, Lila began the long journey homeward, acutely aware that each day might mean another homestead lost to the hunger of the earth. The fragments seemed to pulse against one another in her pack, eager for reunification. She reached the Shire as the first snows of winter dusted Greenholm, the last of the three hills. Brockbrings had vanished entirely, leaving only a vast depression where once fertile fields had flourished. Half of Greenholm had already slumped into the widening maw of earth, and the remaining portion shuddered visibly, as if straining against invisible chains, pulling it downward. The remaining hobbits of the East Farthing gathered at Greenholm's summit, their faces taut with fear and desperate hope, as Lila carefully assembled the crown fragments on a flat stone at the hill's highest point. The moment the third piece locked into place, a resonant tone rang out across the hillside, pure as crystal, deep as the roots of mountains. The crown flared with golden light, illuminating the faces of the gathered hobbits in its radiance. The ground beneath them, which had trembled continuously for months, grew suddenly still. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, slowly at first, but with gathering momentum, the earth began to reform. The Great Depression where Brockbrings had stood shuddered, then rose foot by foot, until it once again resembled the gentle hill hobbits had known for generations. In the distance, Rushock Hill emerged from the earth like a leviathan surfacing from the deep, shedding soil and stone as it resumed its rightful place in the landscape. As the hill stabilized, the crown pulsed once more with golden light, then separated again into its three constituent parts. Lila understood without being told the fragments would need to be returned to their guardians, a continuing assurance that no one race could wield such power alone. That spring, green returned to the three hills with unprecedented vigor. Flowers bloomed where homes had been lost, a natural memorial to what had nearly vanished forever. And in Michel Delving's library, a new manuscript took its place alongside the ancient texts, the account of a hobbit librarian whose courage had saved the Shire, and whose diplomacy had renewed ancient bonds between the free peoples of Middle-earth. For Lila understood what even the manuscripts had not fully conveyed. The true power of the crown lay not in its ability to command the earth, but in its requirement that dwarf elf and man must cooperate with the smallest of folk to preserve the world they shared. In dividing the crown, the ancients had embedded a profound truth that Middle-earth itself could only be saved through unity, even among those separated by ancient grievances and misunderstandings. And in Hobbit fashion, this profound revelation was celebrated with a magnificent feast on the restored slopes of Greenholm, where for the first time in living memory, representatives of all the free peoples broke bread together under the watchful gaze of the three hills, standing tall once more against the horizon. Story 5. The last light of autumn filtered through the golden leaves of Hobbiton as shadows lengthened across the peaceful Shire. Within Bag End, elderly hobbits gathered around crackling hearths, spinning tales of distant lands and ancient magics that their listeners pretended to disbelieve while secretly holding wonder in their hearts. Outside, younger hobbits chased fireflies that danced like wandering stars fallen to earth, their laughter carrying on the crisp evening breeze. None noticed when the first elven flame, a pillar of silvery blue light, that had stood silent sentinel at the easternmost border of the Shire for countless generations, began to flicker. The flame, taller than the oldest oak and slender as a willow's branch, had guarded the Shire since before hobbits settled these gentle hills. Most had forgotten its purpose, if they had ever known it at all. Children were warned not to venture too close, though none could say exactly why. The flame never burned the grass around it, never wavered in storm or gale, and never required tending. It simply was, as constant as the stars and as unremarkable as the sunrise to those who had never known its absence. Until now. Perrin took first notice the change while returning from a day's mushroom foraging in the woods beyond Bywater. As darkness gathered, he looked eastward, expecting to see the familiar glow that had guided night travelers home since time immemorial. Instead, he saw only intermittent pulses, like the labored breathing of a wounded creature. The flame dimmed, then flared, then dimmed again, each cycle weaker than the last. Unlike many hobbits, Perrin had always been fascinated by the ancient flame. As a child, he had crept close enough to feel its peculiar warmth, not the searing heat of ordinary fire, but a gentle radiance that seemed to touch something deep within his chest. His grandmother, noting his curiosity, had shared whispered stories about the flame's origins, tales passed down through generations of Tooks who had always been unusual among hobbits for their interest in the world beyond their comfortable borders. The elven flames were kindled from the last embers of the two trees of Valinor, she had told him, her eyes distant with memory of stories heard in her own youth. 7 were given to the kingdoms of Middle-earth as wards against darkness. When the last flame fades, so too shall fade the last protection against what lurks beyond. Watching the flame sputter now, Perrin felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn evening. He dropped his basket of mushrooms and ran not toward the safety of home, but toward the faltering light. By the time he reached the hilltop where the flame stood, night had fully descended. Up close, the flame's distress was even more apparent. Where once it had burned with unwavering constancy, now it twisted and shrank, momentarily brightening before dimming again. At its base, ancient runes carved into stone pedestal glowed with the same uneven rhythm, their meaning lost to all but the most learned scholars of vanished lore. As Perrin stood transfixed, a voice spoke from the shadows beneath nearby trees. So, one still remembers, Perrin whirled to find an elderly figure regarding him with keen interest. Not a hobbit too tall, too slender, but not quite an elf either. The stranger's face bore the weight of countless years, yet his eyes held the light of distant stars. "Who are you?" Perrin managed, his voice barely audible over the strange, mournful keening now emanating from the failing flame. "I am Gilder, last watcher of the Western Flame," the figure replied. "And you, young halfling, are the first to notice what should concern all free peoples of Middle-earth." Gilder explained how the 7 elven flames formed a protective network across Middle-earth, warding against ancient evils that had merely slumbered since the defeat of Sauron, rather than being truly vanquished. As the elves departed for the Undying Lands, their flames had begun to fade one by one. Now only 2 remained, this one at the Shire's border, and another far to the east, deep within the misty mountains. "The flame weakens because it requires renewal from the crystal of Erebor," Gilder said, his gaze fixed on the sputtering pillar of light. "Every 1,000 years, the crystal must be brought forth to rekindle what dims." The last renewal was performed by elves who no longer walk these shores. Then who will renew it now? Perrin asked, already dreading the answer that hung unspoken in the chill night air. Gilder's ancient eyes softened as they turned from the flame to the hobbit. "The task falls to the bloodline of the original guardians, those who pledged to remain, should the elves depart. Your family, young Took. Though that knowledge has faded from your kind's memory, the obligation remains." Perrin's mind reeled. His family had always been regarded as peculiar among hobbits prone to adventurous streaks, occasionally disappearing on mysterious journeys, returning with strange artifacts and stranger tales. Could this explain the Tookish oddity that had been both celebrated and gently mocked for generations? How? How do I renew the flame? He asked, surprising himself with the steadiness of his voice. You must journey to Erebor, the lonely mountain, and retrieve the crystal from its deepest chamber, Gilder replied. Then bear it back here before midwinter, when the flame will fail entirely if not rekindled, Erebor. The name itself conjured images from childhood stories: the dragon Smaug, the quest of Thorin Oakenshield, and the journey of Bilbo Baggins that had become legend in the Shire. The lonely mountain lay hundreds of leagues distant, across perilous wilds and through lands where hobbit kind were rarely seen. I cannot, Perrin whispered, his gaze dropping to his large, hairy feet that had never carried him beyond the borders of Buckland. I'm just a hobbit. I'm not a hero from tales. Gilder's laugh held neither mockery nor disappointment, only a gentle understanding. Neither was Bilbo Baggins, until necessity revealed what lay dormant within him. The blood of guardians flows in your veins, Perrin took, whether you acknowledge it or not, as if in response to these words. The flame flared momentarily brighter, illuminating the hill in a wash of silver-blue radiance. In that brief, brilliant moment, Perrin felt something stir within his chest, a warmth that mirrored the flame's glow, a certainty that transcended conscious thought. If I refuse? He asked, though the question felt hollow even as he spoke it. Then darkness will return to these lands, Gilder said simply. Not the armies of Mordor that your ancestors feared, but subtler shadows creeping despair, spreading discord, nightmares made flesh that will hunt in the wild places before growing bold enough to approach your homes. The flame does not merely burn. It cleanses and protects in ways few now understand. 3 days later, Perrin stood at the eastern border of the Shire with a pack containing little more than dried food, a spare set of clothes, a small knife, and an ancient map provided by Gilder. The Elven Watcher had promised to tend the flame as best he could until Perrin's return, though he warned that his power alone would not sustain it past the first frost. What Perrin did not expect, as he took his first steps on the East Road, was the figure that emerged from the pre-dawn shadows to fall into step beside him, a dwarf with an iron gray beard and eyes that had witnessed both wonders and horrors beyond imagining. Grimir, son of Grimly, at your service. The dwarf introduced himself with a formal bow. Though I admit my service comes with conditions, Grimir, as Perrin would soon learn, had been banished from Erebor 5 years earlier, accused of attempting to steal ancient artifacts from the deepest vaults. He had weathered his exile in the villages of men, working as a smith while nursing both his wounded pride and his thirst for vindication. I did not steal nor attempt to steal, Grimir explained as they made camp that first night, the lights of the Shire now hidden beyond the horizon behind them. I sought only to examine the elven crystal, to understand its properties. My people have always prized knowledge of gems and minerals above all else. Then why help me? Perrin asked, eyeing the dwarf with understandable suspicion. Grimir's laugh was bitter as the winter wind. Because only by returning with you aiding in the crystal's rightful use, rather than its study, can I prove my intentions were never theft but scholarship. And perhaps because I witnessed what befell the dwarven settlement at Caddock's Hill after the flame in those lands guttered and died 50 years ago, the dwarf's eyes darkened with remembered horror. There are worse fates than exile, Master Hobbit. Far worse, their journey eastward soon revealed the truth of Grimir's warnings. As they passed beyond Bree and into the wild lands, they encountered villages where inexplicable maladies had taken hold, not physical illnesses, but afflictions of the spirit. Children who had stopped speaking after witnessing something in the woods that they could not describe. Farmers who abandoned fertile fields because the soil whispered when they plowed. a huntsman who returned from the forest with all his arrows spent, but no game. His eyes wide with terror, he refused to name. The flame's influence wanes even beyond the Shire's borders, Grimir explained grimly. These are but the first signs. Their path led them through the ancient forest of Mirkwood, where shadows seemed to move with deliberate purpose, and eyes gleamed from darkness, too absolute to be natural. Though Thranduil's people had worked for decades to cleanse the forest of its taint, following Sauron's defeat, ancient malevolence had seeped too deeply into the roots and soil to be entirely banished. Now, with the protective flames failing, that malevolence grew bolder. It was in the heart of Mirkwood that they first encountered the servants of shadow-twisted creatures that moved like men, but cast no reflection in the brackish pools scattered throughout the forest. They attacked without warning or sound, emerging from between ancient trees with weapons of blackened bone. Perrin, who had never raised his hand in violence against any living thing, found himself fighting for his life with Grimir at his back. The dwarf's axe cleaved through their assailants with terrible efficiency, yet each fallen foe dissolved into oily smoke, rather than leaving a corpse behind. Not living creatures, Grimir panted as the last attacker dissipated. Manifestations of the darkness the flames once held at bay when they finally emerged from Mirkwood's oppressive gloom. The lonely mountain rose before them majestic and forbidding, its snow-capped peak disappearing into swirling clouds. The rebuilt city of Dale sprawled at its foot, where men and dwarves had restored what the dragon's coming had destroyed generations earlier. It was here that their paths diverged. Grimir, still exiled under pain of death, could not approach the mountain openly. Perrin would have to enter Erebor alone, bearing Gilder's token, a silver leaf brooch that marked him as an emissary of the remaining elven watchers. Seek out King Thorin III, Grimir instructed. Present yourself as the flame guardian's chosen, and show him the brooch. Tradition dictates he must grant you access to the crystal, though whether he will release it into your safekeeping remains uncertain. What Grimir did not tell Perrin, what the dwarf himself did not know, was that forces within Erebor had already sensed their coming. Chief among these was Enar, the king's advisor, whose research into ancient artifacts had revealed the potential of the elven crystal, not merely as a source of renewal for distant flames, but as a wellspring of power that could elevate dwarvish craftsmanship to heights not seen since the forging of the Seven Rings. Perrin's reception in the halls of Erebor was cordial but guarded. King Thorin, grandson of the legendary Thorin Oakenshield, received the Hobbit with the formal courtesy due an emissary, but his eyes betrayed skepticism when Perrin explained his mission. The elven flames are matters of legend even to us, the dwarf king rumbled, his fingers stroking his intricately braided beard. And now a halfling comes claiming guardianship of what elven kind abandoned. Not abandoned, Perrin corrected gently. Entrusted to those who would remain in Middle-earth. Whatever the king might have replied was interrupted by Enar's arrival. The advisor's calculating gaze assessed Perrin with unconcealed suspicion before turning to his ruler. My liege, such matters require careful consideration and are counseled smoothly. Our archives must be consulted. Ancient protocols observed. Perhaps our guest would appreciate rest after his long journey while we determine the appropriate response. What followed was 3 days of increasingly transparent delays. Perrin was shown every courtesy, given comfortable quarters, served sumptuous meals, treated to tours of Erebor's magnificent halls, yet denied any progress toward acquiring the crystal. Each inquiry was met with assurances that research continued, that protocols were being observed, that patience would be rewarded. On the 4th night, as Perrin paced his chambers in growing desperation, thinking of the guttering flame and Gilder's warning that it would fail entirely by midwinter, A stone in his fireplace shifted silently inward. From the revealed passage emerged Grimir, his beard singed and his expression grim. "They never intended to release the crystal," the dwarf whispered. "Anar has convinced the king that its power should remain within Erebor, to fuel a new age of dwarvish craft and influence. Then all is lost," Perrin said, slumping onto his bed. "The flame will fail, and darkness will return to the Shire and beyond." Grimir's laugh held no humor. Did Bilbo Baggins surrender so easily when faced with Smaug's wrath? "We are not without resources, Master Hobbit. I did not spend my exile merely nursing grievances. I learned much of Erebor's secret ways, passages forgotten even by those who dwell here." That night, guided by Grimir's hard-won knowledge, they descended through ancient mines and forgotten chambers into the deepest heart of the lonely mountain. Here, in a vault sealed with doors that bore the intertwined symbols of dwarf and elfcraft, they found the crystal of Erebor. Unlike the gems Perrin had imagined, the crystal resembled a fragment of pure starlight somehow made solid. It pulsed with gentle radiance, casting no shadows despite illuminating everything around it. As Perrin approached, the crystal's glow intensified, responding to what Gilder had called the blood of guardians flowing through his veins. When his fingers closed around it, visions flooded his mind, not of the future or past, but of the present moment in distant places. He saw the elven flame at the Shire's border, now barely a flickering candle's worth of light. He witnessed shadows gathering in the wild places of the world, growing bolder as ancient wards faded. And he perceived, with sudden clarity, that the crystal's power extended far beyond rekindling a single flame. It was a key that could either lock away darkness or unleash powers beyond mortal comprehension. No wonder Anar coveted it so. Their escape from Erebor might have succeeded if not for the crystal itself. Though wrapped in layers of cloth, its light grew impossible to conceal as they neared the mountain's outer halls. Guards raised the alarm, and soon they found themselves cornered in a narrow passage with the mountain's full might awakening around them. It was Perrin who realized their only hope lay not in flight, but in truth. Against Grimir's desperate objections, the hobbit stepped forward to face their pursuers, the crystal now uncovered in his palms, its radiance illuminating the entire chamber. "I am not a thief," he called out, his voice steadier than his pounding heart. "I am the guardian of the elven flame that protects the western lands." This crystal was entrusted to dwarvenkind not as a possession, but as a safeguard to be released when the flame requires renewal. The light of the crystal seemed to intensify with his words, casting his shadow vast and imposing against the stone walls, no longer the silhouette of a small hobbit, but of something ancient and powerful that merely were hobbit form. King Thorin himself pushed through the assembled guards and are close at his heels. The advisor's face contorted with thwarted ambition as he reached for the crystal, only to recoil as its light flared defensively. "The crystal chooses its bearer," Grimir said, stepping to Perrin's side, "as it has always done. As it was meant to do." What followed was a council unlike any held in Erebor since the days before the dragon's coming. The crystal, placed at the center of the king's great table, continued to pulse with light that seemed to strip away deception and illuminate truth in the hearts of all present. And Ar's schemes unraveled beneath its radiance, while Grimir's innocence became self-evident. By dawn, two momentous decisions had been reached. First, Perrin would depart with the crystal to rekindle the western flame, accompanied by an honor guard of dwarves as befitted the importance of his mission. Second, Grimir's exile was ended, his status restored, with the new title of Crystal Lore Master to reflect his unique understanding of what most dwarves had forgotten. Their return journey, swift and unhindered thanks to dwarvish mounts and the respect their escort commanded brought them to the Shire's border as the first snows of winter began to fall. The elven flame had dwindled to a ghostly flicker, barely visible even in darkness. Gilder, his ageless face now lined with the strain of sustaining the flame through his own diminishing power, greeted them with relieved wonder. The rekindling itself was both simpler and more profound than Perrin had imagined. Following Gilder's whispered instructions, he approached the flame's stone pedestal, where the ancient runes now barely glowed. When he placed the crystal in the hollow at the pedestal's center, it seemed to melt into the stone itself, becoming one with the foundation. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the world itself drawing breath, the flame surged upward, first blue, then silver, then with hues that had no names in any mortal tongue. It rose higher than before, its light spreading outward in a wave that washed over the hills and forests of the Shire. Where that light touched, it left behind a subtle shimmer, like morning dew caught in a spider's web, beautiful, ephemeral, yet stronger than steel. "The ward is renewed," Gilder said softly, "and strengthened, for the crystal has found a guardian whose heart matches its purpose. In the years that followed, Perrin would often stand vigil beside the flame, watching its unwavering light and remembering the journey that had transformed him from a simple mushroom gatherer to the guardian of the ancient flame. Children would ask why the light never flickered, never dimmed, never required tending. And Perrin would smile and tell them that some flames are kindled not with wood and spark, but with courage and sacrifice, and these are the lights that burn eternal, keeping watch when all other fires have gone out. Story 6. The moon hung like a silver sickle in the sky above the borderlands between ancient Rudor and fallen Cardolan, its pale light cascading over rolling hills and weathered ruins that spoke of forgotten glory. In the small settlement of Willow Creek, nestled where the east road curved toward the Weather Hills, the rhythmic ring of hammer on metal echoed from a modest forge as most villagers slumbered. Finbar took, a hobbit with unusually broad shoulders and calloused hands, worked the bellows with practiced ease despite the late hour. Sweat beaded on his brow, dampening the copper curls that framed a face too young for the determination etched upon it. Master Hamfast had entrusted him with completing the horseshoes for the rangers' mounts by dawn, and Finbar would sooner face a dragon than disappoint the old smith who had taken in an orphan when others saw only a burden. "You work as if pursued by shadow wraiths, halfling," came a voice like stone grinding against stone. Finbar nearly dropped his hammer as he whirled toward the doorway. There stood a figure barely tall enough to be human, yet too stern to be hobbit. A female dwarf, her midnight blue cloak dusted with the grime of long travel, regarded him with eyes that reflected the forge fire like ancient gems. The eastern road offers little welcome after nightfall, Finbar managed, his hammer still raised defensively. Especially for lone travelers, the dwarf stepped into the firelight, pushing back her hood to reveal intricate braids threaded with silver beads and a face weathered by sun and wind, yet somehow ageless. "I am Azira, daughter of Azriel, guardian of the eastern gates of Moria," she announced with quiet dignity that belied her road-worn appearance. "And I am not as alone as you might think." Before Finbar could question her cryptic statement, Master Hamfast's anvil positioned centrally in the forge, as it had been for decades, began to emit a soft blue glow. The light intensified as the new moon's silver rays fell through the smoke hole directly upon the iron block. Ancient runes, invisible until this moment, blazed across the anvil's surface like liquid starlight. "The anvil of breaking and making," Azira whispered, reverence and disbelief mingling in her voice as she approached the glowing object. "The first piece of the Forge of Destiny. I thought it lost with the fall of Enmenor." Finbar's mind reeled as childhood tales crashed against present reality. Master Hamfast's old anvil. The one he claimed was older than the mountains and harder than dragon scales. Your master knew more than he revealed, Azira said, her calloused fingers hovering over the glowing runes without touching them. This is one of 5 sacred instruments created by All himself, used to forge the 7 fathers of the dwarves from the living stone of Arda. Dawn found them still in the forge. Azira translating the ancient inscriptions while Finbar struggled to reconcile the humble tool of his trade with the mythic artifact it had become. The runes told of a prophecy that the 5 pieces of the Forge of Destiny, scattered after the breaking of the world, would one day be reunited. The anvil of breaking and making, the hammer of shaping, the tongs of holding, the quenching basin of awakening, and the bellows of breath and spirit. With these 5 reunited, Azira explained, her voice hushed as morning light replaced the anvil's ethereal glow. Anything broken can be remade. Even the barriers between worlds, what does that mean for us? Finbar asked, suddenly aware that us now included the stern-faced dwarf woman who had appeared like a character from legend. It means, Master Took, that you are now the anvil's bearer, came her solemn reply, and that others will come seeking it, some guided by the light of prophecy, others drawn by darker purpose. True to Azira's warning, they were not alone for long. As Finbar hastily packed provisions, ignoring the voice of Bagin's prudence that urged him to stay in Willow Creek, a shadow fell across the threshold. There stood a man cloaked in gray, his weather-beaten face partially concealed by a hood, yet his eyes shone with an unsettling intensity. "I am Eldric," he announced without preamble, Warden of the Northern Realms and servant of the White Council. The stars speak of movement in the dark places of the world. I have been sent to ensure the forge remains scattered. That evening, as they made camp in the shelter of a lightning-struck oak, Azira revealed more. Lord Morwen, once a respected loremaster of Gondor, had delved too deeply into forbidden knowledge. Corrupted by promises of power, he had attempted to breach the walls between worlds, seeking to draw power from the void itself. The White Council had intervened, banishing him to a shadow realm between dimensions, neither fully in Arda nor entirely beyond it. Now he seeks the forge to break his bindings and return, Eldric added grimly. His servants move among us men, ORCs, and creatures neither one nor the other. Their journey north took them through lands grown wild since the fall of the northern kingdoms. Fields once tilled by industrious farmers now rippled with unkempt grasses. Ancient watchtowers stood sentinel, their stones weathered, but their purpose unforgotten. Here and there, villages clung to existence, islands of warmth in a sea of wilderness. It was in the ruins of Fernost, once proud capital of Arthdane, that they found the first sign of their quarry. The hammer of shaping lay upon a plinth in a chamber deep beneath the citadel, guarded by a stone troll who had somehow retained consciousness under the sun's rays. "I am Brock," the troll rumbled, his granite-like skin etched with runes similar to those on the anvil. "I was shaped by the hammer, given thought by its power. For 1,000 years, I have waited for the anvil bearer." The troll joined their company, his strength and stone sense proving invaluable as they journeyed eastward toward the Weather Hills, where whispered rumors spoke of a hermit who drank from a basin of silver that never emptied. The quenching basin of awakening had fallen into the keeping of a wizard hermit named Thorn, who relinquished it only after Finbar passed his test of character, choosing to heal a wounded enemy scout, rather than pursue fleeing adversaries. Their path then turned south, toward the old forest where the most ancient events, Rootbinder, guarded the bellows of breath and spirit within his hollow heart. The ancient tree shepherd, remembering the world's shaping before the coming of elves or men, spoke of balance long forgotten. The forge was not meant for tearing down the walls between worlds. Rootbinder's voice creaked like ancient branches in a gale. It was meant to repair what was broken within this world, as their company, now 5 strong, journeyed through lands increasingly beset by unnatural storms and fell creatures. Finbar found himself changed. The hobbit who had never ventured beyond the borders of his village now read night skies for direction and sensed approaching danger before it crested the horizon. His hands, once suited only for crafting metalwork, now gripped sword and shield with growing confidence. The final piece, the tongs of holding, had been secured in the depths of the Blue Mountains by dwarven artificers ages past. It was there, in the dim halls of a once mighty kingdom reduced to a mining outpost, that Morwen's servants sprang their trap. Led by a pale lieutenant, whose flesh seemed to shift between solidity and mist, they struck when the company was scattered through the mountain halls. Finbar, separated from his companions and clutching the wrapped anvil to his chest, found himself cornered in an ancient throne room, face to face with the lieutenant. The halfling thinks himself a hero, the creature mocked, its voice echoing strangely as if coming from great distance. Lord Morwen saw you in his visions. The unlikely bearer, the small one who carries the key to worlds, Finbar stood his ground, though terror threatened to root him to the spot. I may be small, he managed, but I stand with the free peoples of Middle-earth. The battle that followed would be sung in dwarven halls for generations. Azira wielding an ancestral axe with deadly precision. Eldric calling down lightning with words of power. Brock smashing through stone walls to reach his companions. And Rootbinder, whose roots extended through the mountain's foundations, creating pathways where none had existed. When dawn broke, the company stood bloodied but victorious amid the ruins of the throne room. The 5 pieces of the forge lay before them, each glowing with inner light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Now we must decide, Azira said gravely. The forge assembled can mend anything broken, even the barriers holding Morwen in his prison, or, countered Eldric, we could destroy it, ensuring it can never be used for ill. It was then that Rootbinder spoke, his ancient voice resonating with memory older than kingdoms. There is something else broken that the prophecy foretold would be mended. Something that began before Morwen's treachery. The ancient ensnarled finger pointed to inscriptions on the throne room's wall, carvings Finbar recognized as matching the runes on the anvil, but had never been able to fully translate. It speaks of the sundering, Rootbinder continued, when the Creator removed his children from his presence because of their pride. The forge was meant to rebuild that which was broken first, the bridge between the Creator and his children. Understanding dawned in Finbar's eyes. Not the physical barriers between worlds, but the spiritual divide that had grown between the peoples of Middle-earth and the understanding of their purpose. In that moment of clarity, Finbar knew what must be done. The forge would be used once not to tear down, but to rebuild. Not to break chains, but to restore bonds. As the 5 pieces were brought together by representatives of the Free People's Hobbit, dwarf, man, stone made flesh, and nature awakened, a light rose from the assembled forge that pierced the mountain like a beacon. For a brief, transcendent moment, each member of the company glimpsed the pattern of creation, the music that had shaped the world, and their own small but essential part within it. When the light faded, the forge was gone, its purpose fulfilled. But in its place remained 5 token simple tools with no magical properties, save the memory of what had transpired. Finbar returned to Willow Creek, changed not by great deeds alone, but by the understanding that even the smallest hands could shape the fate of the world. And if travelers passing through remarked on the unusual quality of metalwork from the hobbitsmith's forge, or how plants seemed to flourish more vibrantly in his garden, or how stone walls he built never seemed to crumble, Well, that was simply the way of things in the borderlands, where the ordinary and extraordinary had always existed side by side.